Hello, hello, hello. All right, and we'll see. It looks like I'm live. Oop, wrong keyboard. In fact, I may not need this. Okay, and you know what? I know right now I'm by myself on this, but I just realized I don't need to use my current setup where I integrate my laptop for viewing the show. I Since I'm by myself and I'm not zooming in, I can actually legitimately and comfortably watch the show now straight ahead and not have to worry about audio, which is a win for me. Let's see here. Well, I'll do a quick test just to be absolutely sure. Let's see here. Run a quick little test. Oop. Helps if I do that. Alright, and now test this bad boy out. So just to run the test, I'm watching live Nerd Report at Frank and Sons. So just to run the test, I'm watching live Nerd Report at Frank and Sons. So good, yeah. I'm not hearing anything from this. No bleed over. I'm happy with that. All right, I'm gonna mute that. All right. So I'm gonna give a minute or two. Well, I still have to set up one or two things. That'll just give me a couple more minutes before I get started. And then I'm gonna put that on my big view. And see here. I don't know why it doesn't let me see my live chat anymore. Switch to that. And then refresh. Sync that. And it pulls it up over here. I'm okay with this. And then pull that over here. And then we're gonna do this part right here. you go. Watch party. And I want to copy that link so I can share it at any time. All right. I think I am good. If anybody is watching this on the replay, let me be the first to say, so sorry, I have a messy room. I've been actually moving some figurines over from my actual display area that I've been setting up because my figurines are honestly falling off. It's not like a hard shelf, it's like a pliable shelf, so they just fall and dip, and that doesn't work well for me. So I'm actually gonna be moving my Transformers over there, and the DC and Marvel figurines and my NECA third-party figurines will be moving more to the stable units, as it were. That way, I don't have to worry about items falling off and, or just gradually looking like they're going into depression, because that's basically what's happening. They're just going, and then they fall. But I digress. I'm gonna get ready to start this bad boy. I got me some food to keep powering me through, some Taco Bell, some new drinks. I probably will be transforming some of these figures as I'm watching Invincible, and so if that's distracting, my bad. But I need them to stand, so I'm gonna be multitasking basically. Other than that, let's do a quick little intro for those who are going to be watching this potentially on the later run. Guys, boys and girls, actually, if you're watching this show, adults, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for another video. This is a Dontron from NerdTots, and we're about to venture into a marathon of Invincible. We're going to knock out all 8 episodes today. I'm going to power through. Once we get through the scenes that don't need at the credits, once we get through those, we'll skip the rest of the credits. Basically, we're just going to power through this bad boy. I'll continue to comment. If you're coming on the playback on this, get the show up and running, and on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hopefully you decided to hit go at that moment and start watching the show as I am, so you can be in sync with me. And then let's see here. I forgot I have subtitles on this thing. It's a job. I mean, that's the same kind of conversation I would have being on vacation like that. Hmm. I wonder if security is that laxed at the front gate at the White House. Just in general. I actually enjoy this introduction of these two characters. So, regrettably, I didn't get the chance to read up on all the issues. I only actually didn't even get up to issue 13, which technically season 1 is the first 13 issues mixed with some other issues from later on. That's obviously Justice League characters again, if you're new to this. Sorry if there's crinkling. I mean, realistically, if someone got thrown by their head like that, they'd probably be dead just by the sheer force that's applied onto their neck. Not to say that it wouldn't end up like a Mortal Kombat fatality maneuver. Because your neck's not meant to support your body. So I just realized that the sound score that they just did introducing Omni Man is kind of like the feel of when they first introduced Superman. I didn't notice that scene the first time watching this. Like even though the Immortal works with Omni Man, I feel like he technically questions his abilities. I wonder if they wrote issues of Seance Dog. I'll be honest, rewatching like these earlier scenes has a totally different feel now than knowing what's gonna happen. And granted, I knew what was gonna happen from the comics, but like that was years ago that I read those comics, and I didn't refresh myself. And then so the feeling was like I had the knowledge, but like the feeling wasn't really there. You got shut down. Ooh, that still pains me. That one shot, man. She lifted him off the ground. Yes, he was a jerk, but bro, he lost a couple of years on that. I had to do that. Throw out the trash at the end of the hard work day. Struggle with a dumpster lid. That I couldn't do though. I couldn't launch my garbage into orbit. So if you're new to this show, the subtlety or the tone changes are very important later on. Just to let you know. Like even the scenes where like this conversation does happen in the comics where he's discussing with his son about like where his people came from, who he is as being you know Omni Man and Vitramite. It's slightly different in the sense like the scenery is different. Like he was a kid playing on in the room, and his father was sitting in a chair. Here, he is quite literally sitting on the roof, which I mean, anybody watching this, if you've done this before, put it in the comments because I'm really curious. Like, how many people out there actually just sit on their roofs? Like, I've granted, I've never been in a house that had access to my roof, like readily accessible from my window. So I might have, but also I've seen it in I've seen it mostly in shows and movies where they do that. And some of those movies and shows, they don't have access to the roof with the window. They just put a ladder and they go up on the roof. Is that something I'm like at a certain location that does that? Like, just let me know. I'm just curious. See, I thought it would have been funny if he fell the first time he tried to do that. But it's still pretty cool. It's a nice cut. Like, no one ever questions about that. So, if there's a movie out there called Chronicle that I know people that don't like it, and I know people that haven't seen it. So it's like a low key film, but I like it a lot because they kind of analyze powers. Granted, it's all based on telekinesis, but how telekinesis could be used for other means. One of which is flying, and the concept of what they do with some of the abilities for flying actually is really fascinating. And it's kind of similar to what they're going to be discussing here. I know they use that in the trailer, but it's still funny. Kavari, what's up? I just saw your chat in there. Good to see you, man. So if you want in, I can send you the link because I am marathoning Invincible. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna do it anyways. I'm just gonna put that out there. And then I'm not gonna lie, that's happened to me. Uh, Back in the day, Kavari, you may have seen me talk on Andy's channel. I used to do martial arts. I know my brothers mentioned it, and I've taken a hit a little bit too hard sometimes, just in training, and it sucks getting the wind knocked out of you, especially when it catches you off guard like that, and you get disoriented sometimes because you don't know what happened. Like you're just trying to focus on getting your breath back. It's insane. See lines like that, knowing seeing this season once before and now rewatching it, those kind of lines gives a whole different perspective to Omni Man's character. Hmm. By the way, Kavari, if you have any questions, be it invincible related, non-invincible related, feel free to ask me. This is pretty much just a free day where I'm enjoying the show, but also, enjoying everybody's company who decides to chime in. Huh. So yesterday I was listening to the soundtrack of Invincible. Uh, while I was doing stuff around the house, I was assembling like outdoor patio furniture and so forth like that. And a lot of the songs I didn't recognize, and I thought maybe I just listening to the wrong soundtrack or some kind of like suggested song. But after listening to it, like I'm hearing the songs more prevalent. Like the right now in the background, there's like music playing in the Taylor's room. Yeah, yeah. There, there is definitely music playing in the office of the Taylor. I had to be sure that wasn't like outside my door. Sorry about the crinkling. I got me some Taco Bell. This is my lunch, brunch, whatever you want to call it. Got me a Crunchwrap Supreme. Um, let's just be honest. Steak is the best way to go with this thing. Beef is okay, but get the steak. That's my rule. I gotta wonder, do they actually have neighbors? Like in the Mark just crashes into the road trying to fly. Ends up practicing in his backyard and collapsing and making giant divots. I never see his neighbors' homes have lights on. Cause like you just look behind him. Oh no, I stand corrected. There's a light on over there. Her character design is very true to the comic, with some slight changes. She actually has a little bit of the voice actress look to her. There's a good mother son dynamic there. There's layers to that. Oh my god. The whole conversation feels totally different to me now. So there's definitely CGI in the show, but they, for the most part, they use in the backgrounds, which I'm okay with. I actually enjoy how they're doing it. Mm-hmm. Imagine law enforcement in this kind of world has to get at least a healthy life insurance policy, if not a good pay salary. Way to save that situation, bro. You should have took a piece of bread with him or something. Maybe a piece of wine. And moral. I almost wish they showed more of his character this season. So much for having a whole sea of friends. Oh, that's true. Everybody could do a little bit more for the world. Those are just facts. By the way, in case you're wondering, I'm having this coconut refresher from Dunkin' Donuts. The pomegranate acai berry, I think it is. I'm not entirely too sure what I'm about to drink. I just saw it and I grabbed it. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, that just gave me a whole new thought. Not this, the scene that just happened. I don't know if I really like this. Kind of tastes like they tried to do a sweetener or not quite a sparkling carbonation, but it almost tastes like it's a wannabe carbonation. Hey, Stormy. Yes, I got me some like a drink from Dunkin' Donuts, this coconut refresher, and I was like, I'll give it a go. And I kind of regret it. I feel like I should have got me some coffee. And I had some Taco Bell for my lunch. So I had a Crunch Wrap Supreme burrito and a like. Oh, look at this! Everybody's joining in now. What's up, peoples? I'm so excited to see everybody here. Will Morris. Yeah. You know what? I was never a fan of dunking my donuts. Actually, I've never actually did that. And then Zoe, hey, nice to see you here too. I mean, the coffee is still good at Dunkin' Donuts, though. Just so I don't know about the other flavors, but I'm not a fan of this coconut refresher. Ooh. Sorry. We're at the pivotal scene of episode 1. Um, Yes. I mean, my father was the first one to be like telling me about the Dunkin' Donuts coffee. He swore by it, and he would get nothing but Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Then we moved to Florida, and oh, and then like I remember for a couple of years, it was like a big regret for him. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, it was at that moment they cut off the music. Yeah, my father was he did not enjoy the coffee at Dunkin' Donuts for a few years, and then I guess it was just like our local Dunkin' Donuts because then we went to a couple of other places, and now he's back on the train. Oof. The mag mag mango nado. I couldn't even say that. Mango nado. Ah, sounds like one of those flurries that they were trying to do. Oh man. I mean everything right now this coconut refresher tastes artificial. Well, Will Morris, I wasn't drinking coffee as a kid. Like I tried it like a couple times. Oof. Ugh. Rewatching this scene, I am still having trouble to see who got it worse. I kind of feel like Red Rush got it the worst of everybody here. Because you also got to remember, like, he said it to the woman beforehand that um, everything is like agony having a regular conversation. Everything's just perceived as such a higher rate for him. So what just happened to him must have been torture. It must have felt like eternity. Ugh. On to the next one. Fish guy got it worse. It was a quick death for him. He got smashed in with the face. It was quick. I think the one who got it probably the best was the Martian dude. Like, I'm just assuming because it was just like his. I'm assuming that's his mind. This was moving around, and they just ripped it out. Or maybe the girl who glows, who went green. I forget her name. Mm. You called me dad. Jesus. Did I say that? I thought I said she glows. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I keep drinking this now. Green Ghost, that's her name. I mean, when you put it that way, he did die for what he loved, which was the surface. Mm. Fair enough, Morris. I mean, it does sound funnier if I did say that. I'm not going to say otherwise. Hmm. You know what? I would be okay. Like, if they did a spin off, maybe like the origin of the Guardians of the Globe, at the very least, the Immortal. If they did a spin off and they focused on like the background of the Immortal, I think that would be interesting. Everything has a new. Everything feels unique now. Rewatching this, but yeah, like finding out how he got his power to be immortal in the first place, and then going into like, has he always been able to fly and be super strong? Because then I gotta ask the question, like, was he super strong back in the days of Abraham Lincoln? Like when he, like, I'm just wondering, like, could he have really stopped his own assassination? So, Will Morris, if they do a movie about the Guardians, would it be actually clever if they do a movie about the characters and then like at the end, like Omni Man shows up, or like they already know Omni Man's there, and then they just recreate the same scene we just had, and like so we get a one and done movie of the Guardians, and they just nuke them at the end, and but with no perspective of like Invincible, just leave out Invincible for that entire scene, or entire movie. Oh, oh, okay. So it was Taco Bell trying to duplicate a mango natto, and they just failed. I see. Oh, I'm gonna rewatch that scene, Nicholas, because I did not catch the smirk. This is why I don't catch Easter eggs. I get enveloped in the scene, and I miss some of the nuances. Thank you, Will Morris. So you want Omni-Man just to show up, or you want Omni-Man to like go with like completely killing the team? We'll call this a collaborative effort. Oh, ho, ho. So this was different in the comic book, and I know I mentioned this before, but the whole meeting of the teen team was different. So like the night that Mark meets everybody, the night Mark goes out flying for the first time, he actually runs into the Mauler twins, and that's like, if I remember correctly, the first time they actually introduced the characters. And he ends up fighting the Mauler twins, and then the teen team show up just like how they did here to help him out. Okay, I like that, Will Morris, like where they just show him up. Angel will be Bunda. Angel will be here later today. He's got work to do, so he's gonna be tuning in probably just after our marathon, and to catch the tick. So that'll be closer to 8 o'clock. And yes, my room is. I actually know my room is a mess because I started moving my figurines from my stand I have over here to over here, and I was moving my Transformers and mech figurines over here. Which that reminds me, I have to start transforming some of these things because I want them to stand rather than to be laying flat. Yep. Oh, Nicholas Clark, you've been. I've watched a couple of the watching. I've watched a couple of the history of the characters. Like I've watched the history of Rex Splode because it's easier to catch up on them that way. Oh, I'm still gonna read the comic too. Uh, Bunda, why would you want me to sell these things? I mean, yes, some of these things will have more profit for me in the long run, but still. Oh. So I might watch the Nevers on my own. Because sometimes I watch a show and, yes, my brother's opinion differs from my own. And so there has been some shows that he's watched that he doesn't like and I just adore. Well, Bunda, I don't really play with them. Not so much. But they're more like collectibles now. I'm sorry, Stormy. I know I know my room triggers some people's OCD in needing to clean certain aspects. But yeah, the original intent was to get everything moved over so I can organize. And I was going to do this yesterday, but assembling a patio sofa for my mother took longer than I anticipated. And then and then I had got caught up with some other things. So I let myself get distracted. So I didn't really do this part what I was supposed to do yesterday. And I know that sounds like an excuse, which it is. It is technically an excuse. Oh yes, I did do show and tell last night for some people. You know what, Nicholas Clark? I have honestly not watched Lois and Clark since episode 1, and I've been intrigued and been thinking I should actually catch up on that. Have you been liking it so far? No, I don't lay on my stuff in my bed. I clean that up. I set it aside. Bunda. Beat him up again. It's like subjective now. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Best Superman story adaptation. Okay, I'll have to continue watching that because that should be interesting. Bunda, is BVS really a Superman story adaptation? I feel like it's more of a Batman adaptation by the time we're really done watching it. Because it starts off with with Superman and then it focuses. Well, no, it starts off with Batman, has highlights of Superman, and then goes right back to Batman overall. Now, Man of Steel, I actually like Man of Steel a lot. I don't, Bunda, I don't remember if you actually enjoyed Man of Steel, but I did. I think Bunda likes the Ultimate Edition too of BVS. Bunda, does it make a difference to you if it's Ultimate or not? Ooh. The Flaxens. It sounds Flaxens sound like yeah, there's a thing called flaxseed, right? People sprinkle it in their salads. Oh, Bunda, you like the theatrical version more. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for many reasons. Oh. That. That. There we go. Some of these figures I haven't transformed in years. I mean, that makes sense. If Snyder and Michael Bay went to the same school together and they worked on the same projects, then that makes sense that the influence would exist in the same areas. Great horned homes. Ooh, okay. Bunda, are they still doing new episodes of Storage Wars, or is that just repeats? I thought the show was done. So, Nicholas Clark, I actually agree. The first Transformers movie, I did enjoy. I'll stand by that statement. I do like Bumblebee more than the first Transformers movie, but I still think it was a solid film overall. Um, the rest, though, the rest, nothing but questions as to why it went the way it did. Um, and then the Ninja Turtles movies, both one and two, I actually was not a fan of. And then this is not me being like I was a fanboy. I did love Ninja Turtles, but I just didn't like the execution, how they looked, and how that part was done. And I've seen Ninja Turtles in multiple various incarnations, and I was a fan of a bunch of them. It's just that one I just was not. Oh, cool, Bunda. All right, so they are on new episodes. I gotta let my father know. He was a big fan of Storage Wars. He used to love that show. Bumblebee to me was like a combination of E.T. meets Transformers and somewhat G.I. Joe. Because the feeling that I got with like John Cena's character felt very G.I. Joe portrayal ish. I know that's not a word, but yeah, it did give me that feeling. The best thing that came out last night was how Megatron looked, which I have two versions of it, the deluxe size and the mega size, like knockoff. One of the best versions of Megatron with that big ass sword and hit the way this mask covers his face. Fantastic. Oh, I did not get to see Bumblebee in theaters. I mean, yeah, it's kind of straightforward for the storyline. I'm not going to deny that. But it was still pretty fun. Yo, that old lady is all sorts of bruised up. Huh. Oh, so it is a word. Oh, it's a word now. Okay. I am a Transformers guy, and yes, I am impressed by, like, I have uh yeah, I do. I have a couple figurines from the Michael Bay's films. Um some of them were like really really good, and some of them are not. Like, I was never a fan of what they did with Starscream. So it just dawned on me that Rex Splode was like jealous of Eve and Mark, and he probably used that, and that's probably a reason for later on. Oh, aha! There we go. Let's see. Let's see. I haven't gotten to see Nobody, but I hear it is good from other people as well. And then I have not listened to Jamiroquai, and I know I just butchered that. Wow, how do I... Alright, these need to get removed. Again, Adam Eve is way more powerful than she probably even knows. And it's just ridiculous. I've almost walked out of movie theaters, but not because of me not liking a film. It's because, like, I was with somebody who had very strong opinions about the film that we were watching at the time. I'll put it on my list of things to listen to. Honestly, it's not that I don't like her as a singer. It's just I just never got around to listening to it. They seem to spend their time wisely. Ooh. Hmm. There we go. See, Zoe, I'm not surprised. I know some people that have walked down that film too. Aquaman was playing in another room, and we'll. Okay. I mean, that's fair. If you were more interested. Yeah. So did. So. Wait a minute. So, good question then. If you walked out on Last Jedi, did you ever actually finish The Last Jedi? Do I need to keep this up here? Maybe. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey. There we go. All right. That was frustrating for a minute. I feel like that might be too big. See, Last Jedi, I actually liked better than Rise of Skywalker, which is what I enjoyed. Although they could have trimmed out the whole casino planet. I've watched Force Awakens once in theaters. Rogue One, I watched like 3 times in theaters. Wait, I take that back. Force Awakens, I watched twice in theaters because I watched with a manager. Him and he was a big Star Wars fan. And he knew I was into Star Wars too, so he invited me to go with him. Okay, will that work? So this whole bit with the Alan the Alien was actually different in the comics. Like they got the call, and Omni Man gave the job to Mark because like he was on a mission with the Guardians at the time, and he's like, my hands are a little bit preoccupied. Can you handle this guy for me? And he's like over the cell phone. He just like calls him up and asks him to do that. Bunda, are you asking about when I went with my manager? No, it was not a date. We were just hanging out. You can hang out with your manager. It doesn't have to be a. It could be a platonic thing. All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna go with. So I'm gonna go with the big blasters on the wings because I like mobility on the arms for posability. So. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I kick out the feet. There we go. There we go. Well, Bunda, I'm that kind of guy. I'm if I think a person's okay and they're seem cool, I'll hang out with them. I don't try to hang out with people for ulterior motives. Um, I probably should be more aware of people that I hang out with sometimes, though, because yeah, that can burn. That can get you burned sometimes. And Will Morris, yes, Rogue One. For those who are hating on it, I feel bad for them because that is a fantastic movie. Yes, there's fan service at the end, but if you take away the part at the end, there's not really a lot of fan service for the story as a whole. It stands out from the rest of the Star Wars series. And even without the ending scene, it's still a very good film. It was a film we didn't ask for, but was good to get. I see what you did there, Zoe. Okay. So, again, my sports are very limited that I follow. So, Patriots, I'm assuming football. See, See, that should have been a telltale sign about Amber to me. The fact that she had photos of Todd and used them as leverage just to get a number to Mark. Ooh. Like a bug. Squished like a bug. But that should have been a very early sign of Amber's character to me. My one of my best friends is from Boston, and they just recently moved back to Boston. So you best be careful, Bunda. They'll pounce on you like a jungle cat. Okay. I'll put that over there. No, Damien is still here in Florida, Bunda. He misses you. Oh, you learned English. I'm watching this with subtitles. I find it interesting that they still choose not to show the actual translations of what they're saying to the in the alien language. Right. Oh, such a great scene. All right. Am I doing this wrong again? Probably am. Hmm. There we go. Ha ha. So yeah, it wasn't even like a week. Okay, in the comics, he was gone for like a week. So it was a very short amount of time he was gone here. I'm not having trouble. It's just it's a little bit aged. So it's a little bit rusty in some areas. And I'm trying not to break the pieces. Bunda, are you sure you didn't start it? I mean, it seemed like you were starting it. Ah, sugar. Oh, yeah, yeah. There we go. Wait, was there not a... Yep, I guess that's it. All right, so we'll go on to next episode. Yeah, but we're just messing with you. We got nothing but love for you over here, man. Ah, okay. Do I want to keep... Yeah, I'll keep it that way. Oh. Which time, Bunda? I got my car towed like twice at Andy's. So the first time I got towed at Andy's place was because he has designated parking spots for guests. And apparently there's like times when they're not supposed to be parked, and then they have like tow trucks. But Annie didn't really believe it because no one ever got really towed or voiced that they got towed before. And lo and behold, I'll be the first. So, like, I was doing a video with Andy that night, and we left. I left, and I'm like, I didn't see my car. So at first, I thought someone stole my car, and then I see the sign like posted like a few parking spaces down. I call, and it turns out they just towed my car. And I was a little all shocked in the regards. Andy drove me to the place, and it was on a night that was pouring. And see, like, not that bad. Once I get the things going, they go. Anyways, the second time though, I'm like, I'm not gonna fall for this again. So I parked in the driveway, but my wheel well in the back was parked in the street because there was only so much room in the driveway. Because I have like a SUV, and the driveways are realistically a little bit small, and I didn't want him to like wake up his missus to push the car up just a little bit forward, just so I could have like the edge of the wheel well on the skirt of the driveway. I come outside at the end of the night, and my car has been towed again. It's gone. And then we drive out there, and then as we're driving out there, then it starts going into tropical storm pouring weather again. And that was when Andy starts talking to the guy, and he starts voicing like he wants to like know how he can file a complaint, not against the tow company, but against the neighborhood for having such guidelines. And I'm just trying to get things done, like where I can get my car. And I couldn't pay for my car right away because of the fact that the storm was so bad, they couldn't run their little card meter. So they're like, there's an ATM over there. And I was having trouble using the ATM because, well, no, I couldn't even go to the ATM because I was trying to move funds over. It was just like a sheer debacle of stuff. And I'm like ankle deep in mud. And then the guy's like, I could just like close the shop right now and you don't have to get your car. And I'm like, dude, this is my car. I didn't say shit to you. It's his neighborhood, yes, but it's my car. It was just interesting thing. But I digress. Anyways, it's what did I miss in the chat? Let me put it that way. You know what? I have no idea if it's like the Puerto Rican's not allowed spot. I do have like the support your officer shield, which is like the shield they will give to like family members of police officers here in Florida. So I don't know if that was a factor, like because maybe they just spotted my car and focused on my car because it was on my license plate clearly to see. Nicholas Clark, are you talking about the animation style difference? Each time I got my car towed, I got them back in the same night. Um, the second time was the biggest concern that I wouldn't get it back in the same night. I've only had my car towed like twice if we don't consider like a car accident here or two. So, yeah, I've had my car towed for like inability to function also. Now, I haven't asked my colleagues from the other NerdTot programs to see if they've had their car towed. We may actually have a series if we couldn't consider their stories. Ankle deep. I can see how that would be an interesting phrase, but it is facts. I was out in torrential rain and they just park all the cars in like grassy lot, like behind just houses and a McDonald's. It's just nothing but mud. I have an SUV, Bunda, Ford Edge. Although my insurance company considers it a truck. I've been in that debate with them multiple times, and they're like, "No, it's still a truck because of like horsepower or some torque or something like that. I don't know, but they charge me more because it's considered a truck. What up, Rogue Comics, Mike? I'm actually on episode 3 right now. Here, I should do this. If anybody wants to chime in and watch the show too. Boom. I doubt Mike's been avoiding you, Bunda. So, Mecca, I'm on episode 3. I just put in the chat the watch party link if you want to join in. But I would say 9 minutes, 10 seconds. Well, there's a slight delay, so for you it's probably like 9 minutes, 20 seconds by now. I used to own sedans, and but then I started, getting pets again. So like my first dog was like a very small dog. I didn't really care. My current dog is a medium sized dog. He's like knee high. You guys probably seen him on Andy's streams once in a while. And uh, this scene with Eve and Duplicate, Eve handled herself better here than in the comic book, by mind you. She was hit a lot harder in the comic with what she just realized. I got the limited edition. Bunda, it's a limited Ford Edge. It's not a soccer mom vehicle. But the sedans I had before were like the Kia Spectra 2008 in model, I want to say, and then the Toyota Corolla. And it was like a 90 Toyota Corolla 98. And then prior to that, I would drive my folks' car, which was like a 2000 Sable Mercury and a 96 Lincoln Continental. Oh, Mecca, rewatching episode 1, every conversation with Omni-Man feels different now. After watching all the episodes prior and then rewatching them again now, like the things that he says actually have like double meanings, and it gives me a different feeling now. So it's actually pretty cool. Oh, Nicholas Clark, that's great news that you're going to be getting a new iMac. All right. The flexes. Let's see. Yeah, but there were other reasons why she fled to the mountains, Mecca. Like in the comic, when she comes to that scene, she like collapses on the floor and is like, no, 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 like trying to just grasp what's going on, and she's like just breaking down because of it. Oh. Uh, I would say definitely Mike was a little bit of he was very vocal about his opinion about the Ultimate Universe in Marvel. Understandably, he made some very valid points. One point in particular was a very strong argument. I can't say nothing against it. Okay. I mean that's good advice. If I find my car missing again, I might have to check Bunda's driveway. Shit, blood. Wait, that got away from me. Why do I keep drinking this? I do this to myself. The Hellfire Gala is gonna be either a very smart move or a very dumb move by Marvel. I mean, I like I said, they did the same thing with the swimsuit issues that they did for Marvel. The only thing is the timing. Like the swimsuit issues was like an annual thing, or while this is like gonna be knocking stuff out. So honestly don't know why I still end up drinking this stuff. Like I bought it, and I always have the mindset like I should finish what I start. And let's see here. Oh, what are we talking about? Bunda, are you talking about this? It's it's Aloe Fresh moisturizing body lotion. Listen, it's humid over here, but oddly enough, I get ashy at times, man. So I gotta put like lotion on my knees or on my elbows or whatever. I don't like being ashy. Let's see here. Ooh. There we go. I deny the accusation. I do not deny the fact that I use cream for legitimate purposes. We have we have what's called hard water here in Florida because the filtration of the water is just not great. So like you'll take a shower and you feel like it's wet but dry at the same time. It's just your skin feels dry, like you know, doesn't feel moisturized when you take a shower. It's a weird sensation to kind of describe. So like when I on occasion have like a shower in a house that has a really good filtration unit, which makes my house seem very poor in that sense. Uh, it's just because we need a new water filter. It is a noticeable difference. Ooh. There we go. There we go. All right, and so I don't have an obsession with ties. I used to wear ties all the time for work. I don't now. And I think Bunda has an obsession with ties because he loves talking about my ties. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh. Rotate. Wait, am I doing that backwards? I am doing that backwards. I mean, it kind of is Silence of the Lambs in the sense that he did not want ashy skin. He wanted like a smooth skin, not leathery skin. So that's a good question. I just realized Mark doesn't remember what state is Mark. I can't even talk. Mark doesn't remember what state Mount Rushmore's in. Does anybody in the chat remember what state Mount Rushmore's in? Jesus, guys. Uh, I mean, if it was that easy not to lose my car, I probably would have lotion more often. See, good job, guys. Knowing your geography. I'm not gonna lie, I did not know. Well, that's true. Like, and that's a there's he has a sub story, or a side story that happens later on in the comics too. I missed the minor and African dance the first time watching this. I would have loved to have seen him do like an African dance maneuver. Or Stormy, are you asking if Invincible eventually gets with Eve? Phil is correct. I don't think Adam Eve is really immortal though. I mean, she's super powerful without question, but I think she still ages just like everybody else. I could be wrong. So like they're talking about Phyllis Philly Cheese. He was a fan of the comic before watching the show. He came in on one of our streams and we suggested he watch it. I mean, Mecha theoretically, yeah, I could see that potentially being the case because we see her augment the lifespan of other organic organisms. I don't ever remember her actually augmenting herself though. Um, Philly Cheese, are you now the Candyman? Like if we say your name 3 times in the camera or in the chat, you're gonna appear. Oh yeah, that reminds me. There we go. Huzzah. He still stood up to Todd, despite getting his ass kicked, Amber. God damn it. So I forgot about this conversation. This character, that Phil Coulson character, reminds me, like his art style reminds me of the Men in Black cartoon series. I don't know if that's intentional, but it just does. Oh, so wait, so Boonda is more like Beetlejuice? Are we talking about the cartoon series Beetlejuice or the live action Michael Keaton Beetlejuice? Watching that scene right now just made me wonder, like, how many times did Omni Man actually try to eat like the kaiju's he kills in his line of work? Like, has Superman just come home fighting a giant monster and be like, I wonder if I can grill this? I mean, he lived on a farm where they eat like their wildlife that they raise, and I mean, I could see that happening. It would be hilarious. Wait, is this supposed to pop out? No. Maybe. Oh yeah, there we go. See? Like the rewatching after watching it the first time and rewatching it the second time gives me a different perspective on the characters as they are. Cuz like you said, Mecca, like the signs of how Amber is are just there. It's like when you get out of a bad relationship and you look back at your past memories and look back at those photos or in like your social media history and you go, damn, why didn't I see these signs first? Oh, poor Pete. Chicken pot pie night, man. You don't want to mess with the chicken pot pies. I never saw Return to Neverland, by the way. Depending on the size of the city, I could see a kaiju feeding a city for a long time. I don't know about years. By the way, and I'm on like my fifth or seventh figurine. I want to say this one's called Sky Thrust. I could be wrong. It's like Bunda, no one's rooting for your Astros. I'm sorry. I can root for them, but I might jinx your team, Bunda. Ah, yes. Oh, Zelly, that's Dark Blood. He's kind of like Hellboy, but he's more of a detective. And see, and that was the thing. Like, I did wonder if Dark Blood was a fighter. I mean, he was a detective, of course, but being a demon, because his character is a demon. No, it's not like for show that he's a demon. He's a legit demon. I had to wonder if it was more that he wasn't afraid because would he just go back to hell and not actually die, or could he actually put up a fight against Omni Man? Because like in the comics, Superman is weak against magic. So as powerful as he is, magic still is like his kryptonite in many senses. He could put up a good fight, but they could overwhelm him. What? Oh. All right, next episode. Wait, they tailgate during baseball too? Yeah, that's a good combination. He's definitely like Hellboy mixed with the Question. You could probably throw in John Constantine, but John Constantine isn't the investigative type, really. Like I made that reference first, but the Question is actually a better combo. I mean, when you're legitimately a demon, do you need to be you're showing yourself as being magicy? As the term was used. So Philly cheese, since I'm behind on my comics, you got to remind me. Did they do anything with this character? Because I feel like they didn't do nothing with that character after introducing it in this series. I would like to say, Zoe, that I feel like they were paying attention to me and just being glued, but I know you mean they're watching Invincible right now, which I'm okay with because Invincible is like really cool. I'm not gonna lie. If my theater said they're doing free showings of Fast and Furious, I still would not go to the theater. I am not the biggest Fast and Furious fan. I was never a big Question fan in the comics, but in Justice, I believe it was Justice League Unlimited. Is actually they had some of the best storylines that I remember. Included the Question, where they're exploring like the possibility of like the, Lex Luthor, masterminding for presidency and what will happen if that happens, and like Superman going bad and so forth like that. It had some really good stories based on that, and putting the superheroes against each other. Oh, Philly cheese. I was talking about the scene where they're in Egypt, and it was like he's doing it. He's resurrecting Kahora or something like that. That they just went over. I wonder how Olga felt by the end of this. By the end of episode 8. Dude, I haven't watched Danny Phantom in years. Like I was considering watching Samurai Jack because I saw it on, I believe it was on HBO Max now, and I still have fond memories of Samurai Jack, and I think it that might actually hold up. Is that not a date mark? Let's see, go on that one. Let's see. I think I can go with that. uh, it's funny reading you guys' discussion about Dark Blood in the chat because you're making his character seem even more interesting than he was the first time watching, which is so funny to me. All right. There you go. This way I don't end up going back to the coconut. Well, that's the thing, Will Morris. Like, supposedly became a detective so he can try to like redeem himself, so he doesn't go back to hell. Like that part is kind of like the John Constantine thing, trying to do like so many good acts to save his soul, as it were. But I feel like if he was like that Trigon level powerful, it wouldn't be easy to send him back to hell. Will Morris, are you talking about the live action Titans? Well, if you're born from hell, doesn't mean that you actually like hell. You know, just because you live someplace doesn't mean it's a place that you enjoyed. That scene is actually different in the comics too. Okay, yeah, all right. The Constantine movie was actually pretty good. It's not completely accurate to the story of the comic, but it was still a fun movie. And I do love the live action character from the series, the movie, the show. That is. I'm not saying anything bad about your Constantine, Zoe. Matter of fact, anybody reading the latest issues of Constantine? I only read the first two, where it's like the magazine-sized comic, and they were talking about like his time in Newcastle a little bit more, or no, not Newcastle, before Newcastle, I want to say. Mega, I agree. It's definitely one of those stories where it was, even though it wasn't accurate to the comic, it was still a good movie to watch, and I still would enjoy watching that movie. Oh, the live action Titans. I was not a fan of the live action Titans. Will Morris, my brother is. He loved the series. I like the animated Teen Titans better, and then also the live action Doom Patrol. That was fantastic. I mean, they still made his character pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, like I just happen to have this already on my desk. I'm just gonna say that I have a replica of the Constantine. Wow, this is super reflective. Constantine lighter. This thing is like a self defense object too. It is huge. It is weighty. It is functional. I have not filled it up in a while, so yeah, it's not gonna. I gotta refill it. But this was I found this on sales online, and I got this bad boy, and I love it. Definitely not practical though. Thank you, Stormy, for the compliment. I'm assuming you're talking about the lighter. Too soon. Too soon, Mark. Okay, yeah. Sometimes I gotta be more thoughtful about my choice of words. I'm sorry, guys. Mecha, the dragon fire will show up when I refuel the thing. It needs more kerosene. It has a fairly long wick, so I've gotten the flame to be pretty long. Yeah, I do have prop figures and stuff that are not just toys here. I have prop swords. I have like a dragon jaw key tray. All sorts of things around here. This just gotta find them when I look for them. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, I'm not pulling out my figures to show and tell. I'm legitimately not. I'm actually, like I said, legitimately reorganizing my stuff in my room. So I figure I just use the time, multitask. Now I just have to remember how did I put this one together. This one was a knockoff one. That's kind of oversized. Oh, there we go. And I don't have the manual for this one. Oh. Oh. Oui. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll put in the link back into. Is that good for putting the link? I should check that. Great Ezekiel. Oi. I don't know about episode 6 being one of the best ones. Ooh. See, conversations like that, that's what I mean. Like, when you're rewatching this, it makes you wonder, like, how much of that conversation right there is, like, the truth. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Come on. Did I do this backwards? Yes, I did. I did this backwards. Let me see. Oh, okay. Is that pinning it? I don't do this stuff. Well, I do this, but I don't do it. After saying that phrase right now, it sounded worse than I intended it to sound. I just caught that myself. So wait a minute. Go in there. There we go. I'm proud of myself now. And at the same time, I'm not. What the hell? Oh. It's fixable. I think the knee's supposed to go that way. Oh, okay. Put my. Oh, yeah, I could do that. Pull that up. There we go. I need to know that you trust me, Debbie. All right, and then let's see here, there, and then. Wait. Put the link and you. Wait. Okay, so wait. Then put the link and your Cash App and then pin that. Oh. Okay, so if I do this, copy that. And then copy that. Jesus. That's much larger than it needs to be. Copy that and then paste that. There we go. And then I'm going to replace that. All right. How's that? Is that better? Kevin R. Yeah, I mean, so far this year, I would agree. Like, this is probably my favorite show so far this year until something proves to be better. So I think, yeah, that's supposed to be the right leg. And then this. All right, I'm going to say that goes there. Ew. No, wait, that still doesn't work that way. I mean, Bunda, I appreciate it. One day you must show me your ways. I honestly don't do these things on purpose. Hmm? Oh. Okay. 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 Bunda, you did do a much better job at that than I did. See, okay, that I did get as a Easter egg to Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, wow. Okay, so I just read that. Uh, no. I, I can see where you're getting at with those phrases. Sorry, Bunda. I secretly rooted for your team. There you go. Turn that. There we go. That goes there. Get some Omni Man. Okay. Okay. There we go. Rock. I'll go loosen that. I don't know if she thought that it was just going to be like a fake rock. There's someplace worse than hell. So, I mean, Zoe, I feel like there has been. I've seen tutorials on how to tighten the joints, and I feel like I watched one where they were talking about how to loosen the joints. You might not be far off. I just don't remember. Technically, Rogue Comics, if you want in, I can shoot you a link, man. Is today your day off? Let's see. It's a little bit lopsided. There we go. Okay, this was the roughest one yet. Dark Blood for the win in the end. Laying out the groundworks. No! Maybe if I go this way. Nope. Thing has no toes. I will figure you out. All right, moving on to the next episode, guys. I should stop saying guys. Oh no, I stopped drinking that nasty stuff. I got about halfway through, and it's still here. I'm on Pepsi now. Probably just as bad. I can imagine it can't be worse. I do have other drinks here with me. So I have a... Ignore the label. This is actually just water. So I already drank like a third of a 2-liter. I got me some coconut water. And this small little bitty can of root beer. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. That is like every guy will say like, I'll figure this person out. We don't understand. I have learned to embrace the fact that I don't understand. And you know what? I'm okay with that. You know, I want to understand. So now I'll be more inquisitive. So, like, if I come across a situation that, like, I feel like I'm failing that understanding, I will ask more often, like, hey, and, like, tell me what's going on, what's in your mindset, let me know what's going on, and I'm hoping that will be a better solution than me just trying to figure it out. How is the Messiah trilogy, Nicholas? Listen, don't knock the juice boxes. I like variety in my flavors. And the juice boxes are very good. Okay. It's standing. This is such a great scene, by the way. Episode 5, the opening scene with Titan. So good. In the comics, Philly Cheese, correct me if I'm wrong. In the comics, that that character is more of a Adam Eve and Rex Blode villain. Oh no, that's awesome to hear that that storyline is actually good right now for the Messiah trilogy. I might have to look into that. I just realized Mark is having the same issues that like the Flash would have. He's late for everything, even though he's like the fastest man alive, and he's always trying to compensate for that. Ooh. I mean, fireproof pants is a thing, right? You got fireproof pajamas. I remember that from back in the day. I don't know how well they were good, or how good they were. That's the proper phrasing. Yeah, this whole I quit thing went down differently in the comics too. In a second. Actually, you missed it, Zoe. I started off the video with I digress. Ha ha! I was talking about something else. Granted, it was by myself, and then I did actually say I digress. I called it out myself. I like Carl Winslow here. I know that's not his real name. Yep. Okay. Cools. Looks like a face in that window. Wait, what part was that? That auto tune. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Size of Texas. See, I gotta ask myself, like, knowing about Amber, does she know about him at this stage? That's my boy. Yeah. This is a cute scene between him and his little girl. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Okay. Let's see here. Remind, I think, Philly Cheese, you may be able to remind me about this. Uh, in the comics, before they were members of Teen Team, I think Rex and Adam Eve were an item, right? I could be wrong. And I think Rex actually lived with her and her parents for a short spell. And I think that's why. I don't think her. Well, I don't know in the I can't remember in the comics if her parents were toxic. I gotta. I haven't trimmed my beard, Bunda, in a while. I need to trim it up again. Actually, I need to put some beard oil on this and like comb it down. It's like holding its own. I was about to say some other things, but then I remembered like my phrasing. I have to rethink my phrasing sometimes. I mean, I have clippers, and I could trim it down, but I actually want to like grow it out, like because I always the sides don't fill in, so I'm trying to get the sides to fill in. So I just need to trim this down, but sometimes I just like use the beard oil, brush, and comb, and just bunch it and pat it down. But I should trim it down just to be actually neat. Let's see. So, Bunda, like, how big is your beard like right now? Do you just keep it like trimmed down to your face level? Do you ever use a razor when shaving? Legitimate questions. I'm not trying to poke fun or anything like that. Like, I just got a straight edge razor out of the interest of wanting to try using a straight edge razor, and I'm actually a little bit intimidated of using that thing. This conversation is so different now. Ooh. Black Samson's more of a leader than Robot technically ever was. And Robot's supposed to be the leader. Omni-Man backpedaling. Haha. Don't worry, we're gonna be watching The Tick, so I might do that to him again, making him recap the episodes of The Tick. That way you can get to enjoy Angel's voice again, Bunda. Odd Man is kind of a jerk, but looking back on his character, like you can kind of understand why he's being a jerk at times. Wait, whose room? Oh, you mean Angel's room? Uh, so Angel, that where he films from, is his man cave. So that room has his main monitor, which he uses for his game system, surrounded by Star Wars figurines, statues, some lightsabers, um, and then on the facing from his placement where you see him to his left is all DC shelves. So it's glass shelves full of DC figurines, statues, and where Kim usually sits to her right is all Marvel. Same thing, statues and figurines. And then behind him, he has more shelves, but also some boxes of Funko Pops and some other statues and figurines. Like you guys have probably seen my large Batman that I have. I got that from him. He has another version of that one just as big, but he also has one of those 4 foot. Yeah, I want to say it's 4 foot tall Ninja Turtles, and I think it's Donatello he has. So he has a lot of figurines. Arguably, he has more than mine collection. His collection is larger than mine. Yeah, Bunda, don't overpay now. I don't want to see. I don't want to see you overspending on something you don't need to overspend on. I don't know what you're getting, but yeah, don't cave and go right away into what he's asking for. Yeah, he doesn't have any Star Trek figurines. Honestly, I don't have any Star Trek figurines neither. Although I do have a Star Trek comic and I have a Star Trek biography magazine just for my collection. It's all next generation. So tonight I'm probably not gonna pull out the green screen. That's in my garage. But the idea was like I can rearrange my figurines, move my stuff around, and then I was actually considering moving my furniture. Also, once I like figure out how I want my figurines to look and placement, I was gonna once I know how I want everything to look, then I can replace the furniture and move it around, and it just makes it easier for me in that context. So I was considering doing that, and like maybe like right now this is not part of a desk. This is actually like one of my night drawer, like one of my dresser drawers. So I was considering moving my bed more towards the wall, more into the corner, and then making more of a space or a desk area. And then knocking out that, well, not knocking it out, but removing the mirror and just rearranging things to give me more of a desk space. And then possibly getting a brand new desk. Because I use this not just for YouTube and messing around online. I do actually work at home. At least for now, until my job tells me otherwise. Let's see here. Oh, you're the only Star Trek fan at your job? I feel for you. I'm sorry. If you saw it coming, you should have replaced the doors. Hmm. Let me take a look here. Do I have my Star Trek stuff listed? CLZ. No, I don't have my stuff on here. CLZ. Wait, Zoe, you're a fan of the OG Star Trek or the Next Generation Star Trek? Just to clarify. Mm. 6 short-lived. Uh, See, I was never a fan of the original OG Star Trek. Just never got into it. And I did remember watching it. But Next Generation was the thing I was into. It was like, and funny enough, it wasn't like something I watched with my father. It was like a show that I watched with my godfather. Okay, so I'm assuming Omni Man gave the anonymous call here. Oh, and I did learn. I should mention I did learn a interesting fact. So Monster Girl, when she turns into a troll, does go into a full gender swap, like completely, each time. And every time she gets younger, the troll body gets larger. And so, like, the younger she gets, the stronger and bigger she'll get. Mm. Mm. Jesus. Uh. Deep Space was a good show too. And Voyager was the last Star Trek show I enjoyed. Jesus. Oy. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to pull up my comic book archive because I could swear I have like two Star Trek comics, if not more. Oh, that's gonna irk me now. What was my login? Well, there we go. Okay, so I was right about that. Okay. Nope. 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 Okay, I gotta have to. Well, I'm gonna have to remember find my password. I think Deep Space Nine was like a really good show up to a certain point. So, Bunda, just to let you know, since we're gonna be watching the Tick tonight, and we're gonna be the Tick is only like 20 some minutes long each episode. He wants to see if we can power through 3 episodes. He's confident we can do two, but he's like he wants to keep the conversations as quick as possible. So he's telling me he's promising to like keep it concise. Mm. All right. I want to change my password. Change my password. Oh, there we go. New password. One upper, one lower, one number. Yeah, I was doing that. Special character. Oh. So I feel like Rogue Comics has a slight advantage on me by having an entire store. All right, we're moving on to. Oh, we're making better progress on this than I thought I would. So we're on episode 6. By the way, how's everybody enjoying the episodes at your work? Are they still engrossed? Oh, okay. For a second, I thought we were on a different episode. That recap. There we go. Okay. I know I got more than this. So I was looking in oh yeah. I was looking in my CLZ list of comics. I am currently at 2,828 comics, and that's of what I have listed on here. I know for a fact I have more comics that I have not uploaded onto this listing. So I'm still less than 2,900, I want to say. I'm not at that sweet spot of 3,000 yet. I'm gradually getting there, though. Metamorphosis. See, I'm feeling like I like doing marathons like this where I can binge a show. Like I'm excited for Castlevania coming out, and I'm thinking about doing a marathon of Castlevania as well. At least the first season, because that's gonna be easy to binge. That's only 4 episodes. Jesus. Well, Zoe, Angel's shooting for no tangents or no rambling. The question is, will there be no tangents? Mind you, I usually say my catchphrase when I'm on a tangent also. Oh, okay. So I love to hear when I make a suggestion or and people are actually enjoying it. It's always a comforting to know. Now, I don't know if it's good if it's becoming a distraction at work. This is also different than from the comics. How well he gets it as a byproduct of being in coma, but it kind of executes differently, like the timing of when they display his powers. Yeah, I would say Stormy deserves all the credit for that. You know, she was kind enough to share it And also, I believe she suggested it for you guys, or for at least for you. Put the noobs to work. They have to earn the cred of free time. I love the dedication, Phil. Philly, you are representing us comic book geeks out there. Take those notes, find those comparisons. Since you are more versed on the storyline than I am, I will use you as a guide. No pressure, though. Will Morris, I personally like Castlevania. I got one of my best friends into the show, and she watched the first episode, and then she binged after the first episode. She ended up binge watching the next two seasons after that. So she watched all three seasons in like under a week because she was watching it during and off her work hours. And she would text me periodically. She goes, "Damn you, Adhan. Damn you for introducing this to my life." I'm like, "Did you hate it?" She goes, "No." Oh, okay. I just saw that, Zoe. So, I mean, yeah, Stormy seems like a very sweet person. She seems like a person that is easy to confide into and have chats with. Like, I have chatted with her, and it is fun to have conversations with her and so forth. But it's God, Amber. Anyways, yeah, that's why I stopped because I saw Amber's scene come up, and I shouldn't resent her so much, but I don't like her. She's not the worst female character I've seen. Like there are female characters that I absolutely hate. Um, Rise of the Shield Hero was an anime that came out, and I forget her name, but she was the older sister. She was a princess, and she was there was like of the kingdom, the main kingdom storyline. There's two princesses, and she's the older one, the older sister, and there's no other way of saying it, but that character's a bitch, and she is a character that you don't even love to hate. You just purely hate her. Like she is clearly just a bad person, horrible influence, and like she's garbage people. Her character, and you'd be happy if bad things happen to her as a whole. And I think she won like number one for the year when that series came out, like a most hated character in anime for a year or something like that. It's ridiculous. Listen, You know, that's funny, Zoe. I've said that phrase about myself because I've had friends that have actually confided to me like deep, dark secrets. And the funny thing is, I tell them, go ahead and tell me for two reasons. One, 90% of the time, I'm not going to actually care. And then the other 95% of the time, so it's like 185%, I'm actually going to forget. I literally forget things often. I should get that checked because I feel like that's not a good thing. But I forget a lot of common things. And I become like a vault of secrets, of confessions. People just tell me things. And I'm okay with this because I'm not going to retain it. That and my friends used to, when I used to go to the clubs back in the day, my friends used to use me as a way to fish out information because apparently people like talking to me, and if I was drinking, I wasn't really talking back a lot of times back then. I was very quiet, so they would just confide all sorts of dirty secrets to me, and then now, mind you, this wasn't amongst our own friends. This was just from strangers. Like they were trying to talk to this girl, or they were trying to talk to this guy because I had female and guy friends that we would go out with, and these people would just confide into me, and I'll be like, "Listen, that person you don't want to mess with. They've been messing around with other people or other stuff," and that was it. Like I was their filter. Let's see. William. Will Morris, you know what? I think I might do a binge party of Castlevania. Oh, 100%. Amber is manipulating a lot of situations. Like, re looking back at those earlier scenes, she's manipulating a whole bunch of people, even in just her conversations. Now, Bunda, are we talking about our Rogue comics? Because apparently there's other people that have taken the name Rogue Comics, and they're not the ones that we know and love. I don't think like the way they're portraying her parents. I don't honestly think it's like really they're bad. It's just that they can't cope with her having powers. And the other aspect of it is like their parents watching their daughter willingly and knowingly go into dangerous situations that will very well either maim her or kill her. So the fact that he said the worst day of my life is when you got powers, it makes sense to me because he's basically saying he's like that's the day that you decided to put yourself in danger practically on a daily basis, and I have to deal with the fact that you may never come home. Hmm. I don't think he's in Jersey. I have to double check. But I think he's elsewhere. I could be wrong. Mike, if you're still in the chat, let me know if you're in Jersey. If you are, you get extra bonus points for me, by the way. Jersey for life! By the way, why is it Amber's talking to someone else that in a class that's not her class? She's just sitting in. So what's her place? What's up, Ezekiel? And yeah, I can see her having that ego of like things are around me, or I am wiser or smarter for whatever reason. Hey, got my comics listings up. Cool. Okay, I gotta update this. See, it was the wrong Rogue Comics, but I'm a little bit disappointed. I wish it was New Jersey. I have family out in Jersey, man. It gets a bum rap. So yes, well, I'm originally from Jersey. I was born in Jersey, and I left Jersey when I was 12. So I've been in Florida ever since. So you might as well consider me Floridian. But really, my roots say Jersey at all times. Oh yeah, that's right, Ezekiel. You were there. And yes, I mentioned it earlier. Looking back at it now, that is probably the worst way to go. Red Rush, he admits like just minutes, like not even that, like seconds before the actual scene, that time is perceived different for him. Like this conversation between Amber and Mark will feel like an eternity for him. Like it just feels like forever. So even though they slowed down the scene of him graphically being crushed by Omni Man, I imagine it was even slower for Red Rush, which tells me that's like being, imagine like your head being crushed in a vice, but like every minute it's just getting one little crank. And that's probably not a good retrospective of like how fast it was for him, but it's just that much gradual pressure being applied until that very last moment you lose consciousness. That's like torture for him. I think he got it the worst. You're welcome, Ezekiel. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Yes, Ezekiel, it's just like that. So, which, by the way, Dread is a fantastic movie. I love that movie. It's also a homage to The Raid, because if you put those movies side by side, except for the sci-fi police officer bit, it's the same concept. But the slow mo drug, that's how it is. Like when they skin the guys, and then they drop them off the top floor. Everything's just like slow mo, or that scene where he blows in the door and they're all in the slow mo drug, and you see the explosion. Yes, that's how I perceive that for them. Mm. Bunda, I never watched Varsity Blues, but I did watch Not Another Teen Movie. Brought a whole new meaning to Banana Split. So, knowing what I know, Amber's still a bitch. I'm gonna say that. Especially now that I relook at this scene. Well, you know what? I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna wait until the next episode because I may be off on my timing. I may be off on my timing. But if I'm right, she's a huge bitch. Ezekiel, that's what I was saying, man. I don't believe they maximize on her use of her abilities, even in the comics. But, like, she is definitely OP. She manipulates matter on, like, a molecular level. And, like, you'll see her manipulate plant life and cause it to grow faster. So it's not like she's not able to augment organic life. Like Rex Splode, his character is not able to cause organic material to explode, but like inorganic material, like when he's tossing coins and BBs and like those letters, like the little children letters in the last episode, um, he can cause those to gain the energy to become unstable and explode. But if he grabbed like someone's wrist, it's not like he can make that wrist explode. Maybe if they're wearing a watch. If they're wearing a watch, then yeah, they'd be screwed. Yeah, I remember they were supposed to do a Varsity Blues TV show. I thought they actually did it. Yeah, Rex Explode's character is very much a counterpart to Gambit. So you know he's Rogue Comics' favorite character by default. Yeah. uh, he is augmented though, so it's not like it's his natural ability to be able to cause those things to happen. So like he was surgically augmented to be able to have that ability as well as be more durable and stronger than your average person. Yeah, Will Morris. I enjoy Not Another Teen Movie. Look at that. She even took the guy's bedroom. So here's a good question, ladies in the chat. If you were having a fight with your significant other and you were bunking at a friend's house or in this case apartment, would you just take over the room of the person's place because you need that space? I mean, I feel like that's a reasonable question. Look, right there. She just augmented the trees. And in here too. So here's my thing. Like, really, if Eve being as powerful as she is, I don't even think that she would need to try to capture Omni Man. Because trying to capture someone as strong as he is, that's very dangerous. Because if you don't make something like a force field or a chain or something that could properly restrict him, then you're just giving the opportunity for him to kill you. So he's a character that's so dangerous that you would have to go in ready to kill him if you're going to try to go battle him. So I feel like the best usage of her power against him would be like make the entire bit of matter between his head and his neck just disappear, or like remove his heart or something like that. Turn his blood into, acid. I'll have dinner after episode 8. Bunda. I already had Taco Bell for my lunch. I decided to splurge and treat myself. Last night I had a poke bowl. That was actually really good too. No, I think, and I am going to say Will. Because so far I don't identify anybody else with the name Will here. So you're right. It's fair just to call you Will. And Rogue Comics, I think he just doesn't like Gambit in general. Not the fact that he's with Rogue. It doesn't help his cause that he's with Rogue. But he's not a fan of the character in general. Listen, Taco Bell is not bad, man. I enjoy Taco Bell. Technically, the Poke Bowl was more of a splurge last night. Because I can get a lot for Taco Bell for the amount I spent for a Poke Bowl. That's like 12 plus the extra toppings. It's like I spent like $15 including $16 including tip, which is not bad. It's a good sized bowl. It was like about that big, and they stack it pretty high for you. Oh. So Zoe, you're the one that would take over someone's place or their room if you were having an upset argument. Good to know. The question was because Amber took over Rick's room because they were all gonna stay in his place, but Amber was upset at Mark, and she just like, I'm not gonna sleep with you tonight, or I'm not gonna sleep in the same room with you tonight. So she just slammed the door, and Rick is like, that's my room. I guess we're all bunking out here tonight. Exactly, Ezekiel. If you don't usually cook for yourself, and then a splurge would be fast food, because that's you treating yourself to something that you don't usually do. Plus, if you don't eat fast food all the time, that's still a splurge. Is it good for you? Absolutely not. I think Eve is very confident and very strong-willed, but I don't think she's confident to the level that she thinks her power is enough to take out someone like Omni-Man. Story, that's hilarious. If I would, I don't know what I would do if I invited my friends over, like to be like, "Hey guys, come hang out," and they came in with like a bag with rollers. I mean, Gambit's power set. I think they retconned it in the comics so that he actually made a deal with Mr. Sinister to nerf his powers. Like his powers were like way overpowered, and he handicapped himself. But he's definitely. I never thought he was as cool as a lot of people thought he was. Listen, if I have an overnight bag, it's very clean and precise. I have a bag. I have like toothpaste, toothbrush. I'll bring my own towel. I'll bring my own, clean set of clothes, and I can fit everything. And I actually, I have fit it all into a small like gym bag. I used to have a Bally. I actually still do. I have a Bally Total Fitness bag, uh, and I would fit it all in there with space for shoes, depending on the situation. So I've crashed at friends' places, and I'm just there for the day. So can I be prepared? Uh, he just slapped the shit out of him. I also done that, Ezekiel, like where I've done an overnight bag and a backpack. And I've done trips like when my brother used to live in New York. He's like, "You're on your way." I'm like, "Yes." And I actually would like have everything stuffed in a backpack so it would just fit in my carry-on, all my clothes, and then I could just. And I literally had a secondary bag inside my backpack because I was like, "Oh, we're going to a comic convention, right?" He's like, "Yeah, cool." And I'll pull out the secondary bag. I'm like, for the new clothes or the new items I'm gonna bring back home, and then I will have two carry-ons. But I was there for a weekend, so I had all I need, my essentials, and I was good to go. Very clean, very precise. That's the way I like to keep my luggage when I travel. Now, the only times I've had more than that is when I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do when I get to my destination. So I overpack because I'm like, I want to be prepared for every situation. So I have done that. That's a fair point. I don't carry around yeah, I can't even say it, beauty products, uh, in my bag or makeup or anything of that nature. So the quantity of items carrying around would be less in variety. So as far as that, that would be. a fair point as to why you would need more space. I can understand that and respect that. Exactly, Ezekiel. Like, uh, sorry, I got distracted. Mama Grayson, not happy with Papa Grayson. I wonder now, does Omni Man get drunk? Because he was drinking beers earlier. Can he get drunk? Like, he does have a low key healing factor. So this is the third time they introduced like this kid's character. And honestly, I can't remember if they introduced that kid's character like in episode 7 or 8. But it felt like there was going to be something important in the subplot, like secret plot story that was happening in the background. But right now, like, I don't remember anything else about that kid. So I don't know if anything more is going to happen. Ezekiel, you think Amber cheated on Mark? If she did, I don't think it was with that frat boy. I think it would have been with someone else. Because that frat boy was like, yeah, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. He kind of shot her down pretty quick in that regards. Oh, I gotta straighten that out. I mean, if you're gonna be that precise with all the stuff you're gonna carry with you, yeah, then yeah, you're gonna need a lot of stuff because you got to be prepared. That's such an awkward drive. See right there, she could boil water. Takes a lot of energy to do that. I think they were only there for the weekend too, like a day or two, not that long. Yeah, I think it was only for the night that they were supposed to be staying at the college. Okay, so Omni Man definitely has been on the Earth for at least 20 years. Doesn't even say goodbye to Mark. Okay. So here, yes, I am absolutely right. She is a colossal bitch. Um, so that whole scene where she's like, "You left us, you left me, you wanted to make a change." She starts crying. She knew weeks ago. This all happened within 24 hours, and she made that whole scene. And she knew that he's a superpower, and she knows that that's him. Horrible, horrible. That's a manipulative tactic, man. Like, she's just. Mm. Okay. I am 100% now. Amber is. Like, I was like 95% sure that Amber's a horrible person. I'm 100% sure she's a horrible person. So. So sorry to say. Amber's trash. Uh. It depends how much time I have between shows, Bunda. I might grab a piece of. I got like frozen salmon fillet. I might throw that on a skillet pan, and then uh, toss in some onions and tomatoes, and I should have some garlic. Or oh, I might do some sausage. I have some beef sausage in the freezer too. I could do that. Ooh, I'm interested to see, Zoe. What does the people at your work think of Amber? Is anybody there watching like s- still on Amber's side at this stage? Hmm. If there wasn't a person that existed right now that goes by the name Amber that is doing horrible things already, I would say, yeah, let's go ahead with that catchphrase. But I feel like if we start that as a hashtag, it's gonna be tied to other things. That was a firm slap. I mean, that's fair, Ezekiel. It can apply to both. Oh. Hmm. Here's the thing that I have to wonder. How can they lose a coin toss if they both have the same mind and they both know what the other's thinking? That's like playing rock, paper, scissors with yourself and you're both like hitting like rock and then both doing paper. You're always going to come to a draw, right? Zoe, my brother will be available at 8 o'clock. So I'll start the live session at 8 p.m. today. And probably just like before, give about 10 to 15 minutes tops for people to join in. The tick is on Amazon Prime. So we'll be using the Prime watch party just like before. See, for me, if it was like that, I think the only way to be fair is like you flip a coin once, one person flips a coin, and that becomes what you are, like your heads or tails. And then you flip the coin a second time, and that's the actual deciding factor. Oh, Punda. He's actually planning on how he's gonna have a conversation with you tonight. Well, he picked Rex's body just so he can impress a girl. Even the Mauler twins got choked up at this. Um, um, so, let's see. Oh, Ezekiel, yeah. Monster Girl, every time she turns into the troll is when she gets younger. But if she stops turning into the troll, then she'll age normally. Like, I believe it's in the comics, like, when she first started developing, like, when she was first cursed, she didn't notice at first that she was getting younger. And then when it started becoming more noticeable for her, she went through a bout of, like, depression. And at one point, she just kind of said, screw it, and was just turning all the time. And it accelerated the process. But, like, yeah, if she just stopped cold turkey and, like, just said, I don't want to be a hero anymore and change, then, yeah, she will just age normally. Bunda will be here waiting for you. Mm. Oh. Like, one of my friends was watching this, and they thought that this woman here was Amber, and they were so excited. And I had to correct them. I'm like, no, that was not Amber. And then they became so angry. Oh. Mm. Let's be honest. Every person Omni Man kills is like a Mortal Kombat fatality. He was about to do the like Predator spine rip out. I now that will be a better mashup. I don't know who would be better in a fight, like Omni Man versus Superman. Obviously, like Superman should win. He's Superman, but like people were asking, like who's better, Homelander or Omni Man? Listen, there's no question. Omni Man would destroy Homelander, but it will be a very close fight for Superman versus Omni Man. At least as far as brutality goes and how they stand right now. I guess it would depend on the version of Superman also. Like if it was like Zack Snyder's Superman, I think Omni-Man will hold a chance in fighting. If it's like DC Comics, you know, modern age Superman, I don't think Omni-Man would win. Mm. Bring the hammer down, boys. I mean, in comparison, I feel like I do need to know more about Eve's background story because I feel like she's overreacting. So, does anybody get this vibe? Like, I remember Akira. That sky beam reminds me of Akira. When, like, the main character gets targeted by the laser beam because they have no other recourse on how to get rid of them. Dun dun dun! Bunda has returned. Well, that's where all your government spending is going. They're going to making the government cameras and satellites superior. They're actually filming at like 8K 60 frames per second or 120K 120 frames per second. Wait, Bunda, what happened to your Astros? Knowing what's gonna happen is kind of funny with what she just said now. Yeah, I have to agree with Zoe. The emoji you choose does look like you're wanting to slow dance with road comics, Bunda. Ezekiel, that's cool that you're able to introduce this to your brother. Is your brother younger or older than you? Oh, I'm sorry, Bunda. And that's where you messed up, Cecil. Hmm. So I wonder if it was a conscious decision to remove the lips. Ugh. Mm. Mm. So yeah, Ezekiel. No, that's cool that you're introducing comic book stuff and you're getting to bond with your brother over common shows like this. The age gap between my brother and myself is 12 years. Ew. Cecil should have took the opportunity and told Adam Eve to help the kaiju. That might have been a chance they had. That's true. That was only in the movie version they used lightning to bring back Frankenstein. Oh, okay. Good call, Nicholas Clark. Yeah, that you're right. He was smiling when he got shot as Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, he does. He's like a cross between Vandal Savage and Abraham Lincoln, honestly. I don't think Robot gave bad schematics. He said anybody with like a super strong willpower. If I remember correctly, the Immortal also suffers from like bouts of temporary insanity because of like the life he's lived. So like hysteria could drive a person to do outrageous things more so than when they're in a rational set of mindset. So I think the device was potentially working, but he was just like so hysterical and out of his mindset because you could see he just bolted directly for Omni Man, and he's full of rage right now. And he was even in that state when he first fought Omni Man. So his mind is not clear. It's just like focused on destroying this guy. Hmm. Ugh. Immortal, you really need to learn to block your midsection, man. That's twice you got hit that way. See, robot's plan is working. He's a success. So yeah, I was right. They cut out the music right after he says we need to talk, and you just hear the wind and the flapping of the cape. And wow, okay, all right, guys. If you stuck with me all this route, we are on the final episode. All right. You know what? I'm skipping the recap. Actually, no. I'm leaving the recap. It's short. God, I love that part. Mm. For a cartoon, it is visually graphic. Mm. It's just me. Yeah, Ezekiel, I can see that because the first season of Attack on Titan was pretty much everybody getting wrecked for the most part. See, that was an important date. He said about the aging factor. He's like, that's not something I want for you. Like, he's already regretting that his son has powers. Wait, Zoe, whose ass you looking at? I know it's not me. I didn't stand up. I will not calm down too. You just called mom a pet. I would have loved just that moment where he cussed that Omni Man. He's like, watch your tone. Like, just correct him. Like, be that dad. Watch your language. Like, that was a moment of emotion right there. Zoe, I would love to be a fly on the wall in your department right now to see the faces of your colleagues watching this at this moment. Jesus. It still doesn't like get old watching it. Nicholas, if you're still in the chat, let me know if we're at the point where you were mentioning way earlier about the city. Mm. Munda, that's what I was wondering. I don't know if maybe they're just more focused on the episode if they're watching, because I know it's a very intense episode. Yeah, she's Zoe's not wrong, Munda. There's a lot that's happening in this episode. Oh God. Everybody's dead silent watching this show story. Oh my God. I can understand why. I really do. Uh, there's no. Oh, wow. The fact that he's screaming, like I missed that the first time. He's actually screaming because he can't do nothing. He's stuck and he's just watching all this happen through. He's going through him and he's just screaming. And I'm sure he got some of that in his mouth. If you listen to the background, you can still hear the people crying and whatnot in the background. That's the second time Mark got the wind knocked out of him by his dad. Mm. Mm. Mark's just trying to give taps to Omni Man, doing nothing. Mm. Oh yeah, absolutely. Stormy. 17 years is too late to start changing the game on a dime like that. Maybe if he had like a year, 5 years with Mark having his powers, he can ease at him into him. Oof. So the noob wants the Viltrum Empire to invade Earth. I don't think he understands. The Viltrum Empire will invade and like give their technology and their roles, but essentially they don't see humans as equal parties. They're gonna see them like how he's describing them as lower life forms, pets, ants, basically, or potential breeders to help expand their race. Especially now that they can prove that they can breed with their race. you could tell like the ass whooping he gave Mark literally overwhelmed everything that he's fought so far. Like he could have taken out the kaiju much easier. He's been holding back this entire time. He actually hit Mark harder than everything else. That scene felt more emotional to me the second time watching this now than the first time. Uh, like I like I've said before a couple times, every time I hear Omni Man talk, watching this the second time around, every sentence feels different now. Has different meanings. And like when he's talking to Mark and trying to tell him like why he should just work with the Viltrumite Empire. It's like he's trying to tell this to himself. That's how I take it. Zoe, are you asking about in like this stage of the comic, or are you just talking about in general? Well, Bunda, there's nothing wrong with crying, whether it's a cartoon or a show or a movie. If the subject of the story is a good enough subject and a good enough story, then it deserves like a tear. You know, it deserves to let your emotion on it. Is how I look at it. I used to be that way where like I could watch a cartoon or a live action or any story and I wouldn't cry. And I used to think that it's fiction. I shouldn't be able to cry. I had to come with terms. That's something else that I had to come with terms with. Like I should allow myself to be able to cry. And if I feel that emotion, embrace that. Okay, so Zoe, there are. Let's just say there's more. Mark's not the only one. Bunda, I didn't cry during Joker. Yeah, I did not cry during Joker, but I have cried on other stuff. Silent Voice. That was an anime I watched that did bring tears to my eyes at several moments. That's fine, Bunda. I can respect that. Nah, if memory serves correct, they're not on Earth. I can't remember. No, I don't think I cried for Snowpiercer, but I did love that movie. And someone made a great theory that that's actually a sequel to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Yeah, the Willy Wonka theory what does fits supremely well. Oh, well, no, you know you loved it. I'm not gonna lie. If I had Adam Eve's power, I would live in the wilderness too. I mean, it's not like she's gonna be needing rent. Doesn't need a mortgage or anything like that. Hell, she'd probably live on the moon if she wanted to. That just dawned on me. She could live on the moon technically. She could like terraform the moon if she wanted to with the ability she has. She's like a smaller Dr. Manhattan. If I remember correctly, Will was straight in the comics, and he and Eve dated first. I could be wrong. It was like definitely even Rex. It's so frustrating when I don't remember all the comics. I mean, technically, it's like a shot from the Matrix. Yeah, yeah. Zoe, the mom, did hear the whole entire conversation as when he said that she's basically a pet, and that's also why she was crying when Mark asked her, like, "Do I not mean anything? Does mom mean nothing to you?" And he goes, "Yes." So she was with Omni Man for 20 years. I don't and so basically for her finding this out, she realized like the man that she's loved or known for 20 years has been lying to her and just basically called her a pet and says even as a pet he doesn't even care what happens to her. I mean, that's some cool shit. I mean, realistically, if you try to kick Omni Man in the balls, you'd probably break your foot. Mm. I mean, yeah, she did get a son out of that deal, and I've known people that have had similar, not like Alien, but they've had long term relationships, and they ended badly. And they've literally said the only saving grace that they've ever had out of that relationship was the fact that they got their child. This bitch. First of all, like, how was she knowing that he was home? Like, was she just waiting outside to see when he shows up? Oh my god, I hate her so much. I hate her so much right now. Don't do it, Mark. I know what's going to happen. I still don't want him to do it. Ezekiel, you're talking about Nolan and Debbie Grayson? Or are you talking about Mark and Amber? She should have just grabbed a bottle. No, I don't disagree with you, Ezekiel. Yeah, that is horrible to be. I've seen people in relationships like that where it's a abusive or bad relationship, and they still stick through it, and it's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. And it's in this case, it's wrong in either way. Both these kind of relationships are bad. You know, someone staying into it just and lying just to meet their own means. It's still technically an abusive relationship, whether the person knows it or not. But yeah, it is on a level better than if he was being abusive to her up front. I'm the big one. But I feel like Amber would be that abusive type that's manipulating the relationship with the bride. She's basically the human Omni Man in the relationship. Mark is like his mom. Amber is like Omni Man. She's manipulating things and using things in her advantage to control the relationship. Yeah, but no, I know how to change a tire. I've done it a few times in my life. I one time had a car fall on me while changing a tire. Actually, no. I was changing the brake. So, like, we had, uh, what was it? It was on my Toyota Corolla. We had removed the tire, and then, but I needed to get underneath to, I forget what I was doing to get, but I had to get underneath the car. And my grandfather, while I was underneath the car, had the genius idea of tightening the bolts on one of the tires, and he decided to kick the tire iron. And this was in my smaller days. Like, I was weighing 160, maybe 180 at most. I was probably closer to 170. And oh no, I did have the tire on. I was just fixing one part. So, anyways, so I was underneath the car. The jack comes out from underneath, and it fell, and I could feel the car like hit my chest, but I was just small enough where it just grazed my chest, like hit it, and I felt a little bit of pressure, and then it bounced off. I was so lucky. I never heard my grandmother scream so much. You want a video evidence of me changing a tire? All right, guys. So Zoe or Stormy, you guys can let your team know there's no end credit scenes, so they don't have to worry about that. And then, you know what? I'm curious. Are they still with their jaws open over at your department? So no, Angel can change a tire too. Like when he came over here to visit for my birthday, his tire blew out. Like they have the actual, and Bunda, you should appreciate this. They have a Jeep. It's the special edition Jeep that was made specifically for Batman versus Superman. That's Kim's car that they drove and they have. So it's the Batman versus Superman Jeep. It's the special edition one with the logo, the paint out, the special interior, and everything. And so he repped. But on the way here, I want to say is their rear white, the right rear tire blew out and completely blew out. They lost some of the splash skirt, I want to say, whatever, of the wheel well. Some of the wheel well came out. The brake light and the reverse light actually popped out, and they lost some of the frame. It was a big blowout, apparently. And so when I was working that day, because I did work that day on my birthday, he was planning on getting here earlier, like in the morning, and he didn't show up until in the afternoon. So I didn't know he was going to come, but it was even more of a surprise because like I come out for like a break, and then he's just sitting by the counter with the dogs and Kim. Wait, Mike at Row Comics doesn't know how to change the tire? Mike, tell me that is not true. Boonda, how do you not like that Jeep? It's the one that Batman drove in the movie. At the very beginning. So, for those of you who watched this the second time around, did it feel better? Did it feel worse? Did some of the things feel different for you? For me, a lot of scenes felt different, but I still enjoyed it. Granted, I didn't have the initial shock value as when I first watched it because I knew what was coming. But damn, did I not still enjoy the show? The story is like I'm enjoying the story. So the action is still on point for me. I love it with the animation, but it is still a really, really good show. Is it just that you don't? Do you not like? Do you not like Jeeps in general, Boonda, or is it because you're just not a fan of the Jeep Renegade? Because I feel like the way that you were talking before that you prefer trucks, you might have just a particular preference of the vehicle in general. Mm-hmm. So I will say this. I am gonna dip out shortly because I gotta actually walk the dogs. Also, I'll probably dip out in the next 5 minutes or so. But oh, so you're just not a fan of Jeeps in general? Okay, I can respect that. Ezekiel, I'll love to see you on the next watch party. Tonight, we are going to be watching The Tick, at least the first two episodes for Amazon Prime. That'll be at 8 o'clock. And so if you want to join us for that, you'll be able to join us with me and my brother and Kim. And and then Tuesday, for sure, we're going to do The Bad Batch. And then we're going to see about, and that's going to be same time, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, because I don't get out of work until after 8:30. So sadly, I can't do anything earlier than that. And then from there, we'll see about doing more regular programming on the weekends. If that sounds good to everybody, that sounds good to me. And then I may do another day marathon. Like I said, if I do commit to it, I'll let everybody know. Because these day marathons I love watching stuff like this, and I enjoy talking with you guys as I'm doing it. It just takes time, but it's time I enjoy doing. Because I'm gonna watch this stuff anyways, but I rather do it with people that I can enjoy it with, like you guys and girls, or you people. Because I shouldn't quantify everybody as one gender, as they say. Awesome. Well, I'll be glad to see you join if you can, Ezekiel. Munda, I have to say thank you. Your wording is best as far as pinging And I learned a new thing. I'll have to ping in the chat. So I have learned something new today. And I have you to thank. I appreciate those comments because I don't share those all the time. Zoe and Storm, I'm glad I could help introduce your department, both the noobs and the veterans there, to a graphic new series. And hopefully they all enjoyed it. Apparently they were all speechless by the 8th episode. Oh, Bunda, you want me to invite Damien next time? And you know what? I should invite Damien. I know today he was busy. He had to do work. I am working with him on some side projects. He wants to help, get this channel up and running to be more, I guess, viable would be the better word. Where we can show like content and like be a little bit more professional in some of the content that we show or how we display ourselves, which I'm 100% down with. So like anytime people give me suggestions, anytime people give advice or point out things, I legitimately want to know because I want to explore. If it's something I can do, great. If it's something I have to learn, if I can, I'll try to learn it. So I'm appreciative altogether. Man, you know what he does. Do you need me to find an old, like, he's got the he's still working on that project for the other side. I know you playing. But he's got some other projects he's working on. But he's still working on that one. That one's still going strong, from what I understand, which is great for him. I love to see him succeed. And then let's see here. You know what? I should find a way to. Oh, I just learned something new. Okay. Look, I just learned something on top of this. All right. So, but I digress. I am going to have to dip out. James Coney Island. We don't have James Coney Island here. So that's not going to work. The boardwalks here are not nearly as good. If we had a nice boardwalk here, then I would say maybe. But no, we don't. Either way, guys, I do have to dip out. I feel like my dogs have waited long enough for me. So I'm going to have to take them out. I will be back later tonight. And thank you again for being here. It's been a blast. And you know what? If I don't see you later tonight, guys, just have an excellent rest of your evening. I'll look forward to seeing you later on, possibly in the week. And I'll give my closing as I always do. Continue watching anime, expand your minds, and just be excellent. Thank you all so very much.